Ready to spin some wheels? Let's see what we're gonna play. What am I playing tonight? It's gonna be short message speed runs. All right. Haven't played short message in a few months. I did do speed runs of this game very briefly. Is everyone super happy with the wheel system so far? It's definitely something different. It's not something that like I particularly do a lot of. Gift sub for respin. I think I can get in trouble if I charge for things like that. If we can get 5 people to waste 10,000 scam points, we'll respin it. Because I really don't want to do short message speed runs tonight. And I get the feeling several of you don't want that either. Okay. I think chat has spoken. It defeats the purpose of the wheel if we just keep spinning it until we get something that we want. So we're going to limit respins to 1 per stream. We only get 1 respin. All right. Here's the respin. Here's the 1 contractually obligated respin. Let's hope it was worth all the scam points. Silent Hill 4 casual. All right. I still love that intro. So creepy, so genuinely creepy, and sets the vibe, the mood for this game like perfectly. Haunter Noir. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the Prime resub. Let me adjust my audio levels and stuff a little bit here. Thank you so much, Haunter. I really, really appreciate that. The 24 months, the big 2 years. All right, I'm just gonna jump in. I'm playing on easy. It's casual Silent Hill 4 Wednesday. We spun a wheel to determine what we were gonna be playing. landed on a casual Silent Hill 4 playthrough. So to me, casual, like, I'm still watching all the cutscenes. We're still going to read some of the notes. I'm not going to worry about like 100%. I'm not going to worry about covering every last little detail the way I do with like in-depth story playthroughs. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to put a plug back out there. I just started hearing thumping noises. Half the time it's a cat. And this time it was Rachel getting something. Whoop whoop lo-fi stream? Just because we're playing the PS2 version? Been a little while. I have a question to ask you. Is it true that Silent Hill F all takes place in the mind of the main character? That is one valid interpretation of it. Going off of the new game ending, the first ending that you can get. But a lot of the overall, like, what's really going on is very much up for interpretation in Silent Hill F. There's a few things that kind of have, like, somewhat solid answers, but there's a lot of stuff that there's many ways to sort of interpret what's going on. This freaked me so... This whole sequence freaked me out so much when this game first came out. How old was I when I played this? I was 16 when this game came out. Masashi Tsuboyama. Of course, Yamaoka. Still had a lot of those key Team Silent names and faces helping out on this. Yamaoka was technically a producer, but he said in interviews he was less concerned about the game and more concerned about the release of the soundtrack when it came to Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. Like, he was technically a producer, but he was still putting his main focus into the sound of the games. And the soundtrack for 3 and 4 is phenomenal, so I think that's where his attention is better put, to be honest, instead of a lot of the traditional roles of a producer.
What a dream.
Now we have our very lovable Henry Townsend. He's a very plain character, but he's a very likable plain character. My favorite plank, yeah. He may be the protagonist, but he's not the main character. True. Walter Sullivan is the main character of this game. We're experiencing everything through Henry's perspective, but it is not his game.
Hello?
And honestly, I miss this formula in Silent Hill games.
What?
I would much rather have another Silent Hill game like this
Cord's cut.
rather than protagonist with some sort of hidden trauma that we're just like uncovering over the course of the events of the game. I like being somebody who's just like totally uninvolved and seeing it through their eyes and everything sort of unfolding around them. Like the main character is discovering their part in this larger thing that's going on at the same time as the player, rather than the protagonist having, you know, some aspect of their personal trauma or mental illness or, you know, whatever, being the like central force for everything that's going on around them. I feel like too many games are trying to capture what made Silent Hill 2 special with the trauma thing. Yeah. It's definitely like Silent Hill 2 became the real recognizable kind of fan favorite over the years. So I can definitely understand from like a production standpoint wanting to recapture that, but at this point I think it's not worth chasing after. Like that aspect of the games, that to me is more important to change and evolve, like that sort of stale formula aspect, rather than just changing up the setting. Is Harry also that kind of character? Yeah, Silent Hill 1 is the same way, where it is not about Harry, you know, directly. He's a little part of what's going on, but it's mainly a game about Alessa Gillespie. And you're just discovering everything along with Harry. It's not trying to figure out how what every little
What's going on here?
symbolic thing means to Harry personally. It's none of that. It's all totally foreign to him. All the cult information, all the stuff about Alessa, like it's all foreign to him just as much as it is to you, the player. So you're like learning about it all at the same time as your protagonist.
Oh man. Hope my luck changes before the party.
I definitely prefer that over sort of the Silent Hill 2 formula of everything being personally tied to the main character. Yeah, that's mostly been everything kind of onward, because like two and three really did an interesting way of having that you know, hidden truth about the protagonist that is revealed over the course of the games. What's really driving everything.
And next, we'll be taking a look at the weather.
1 and
Tonight,
4,
we can
you've got the
expect
very
scattered clouds,
detached
clearing by
main
morning.
characters.
Tomorrow looks to be quite a nice day with warm and sunny weather continuing through the evening, and the weekend we can expect more of the same. So I hope you all get out there and enjoy your weekend.
Only the weather was actually that nice. We've been getting a lot of rain. Mom, why doesn't you wake up? You can tell I'm playing the North American release and not the European release of Silent Hill 4 once I read that note. In the PAL version of Silent Hill 4, which is the version they use on Good Old Games, that note says mum instead of mom. Very slight change, almost kind of a pointless change, but it's one of the things that they change for the different releases of Silent Hill 4, depending on the region.
What the hell? Somebody in there? I wonder if I can get out this way.
Sewage pipe's broken too. Get our steel pipe right away. How is Henry even, like, moving through this hole? There's barely enough room. Like, you wouldn't even really be able to move your arms to, like, pull your way through. Yeah, like a worm. Maybe he spelunks. That's what I'm saying. That's a really, like, specific way of moving through narrow passages that, like... Yeah, he's a cave diver in his spare time. Man, fuck cave diving? You could make a whole Silent Hill game around that. I mean, there's already horror movies about that. Yeah, The Descent.
What the hell?
Hey, Father Ikari. What are my thoughts on the Townfall trailer? Looks interesting. Coming out sooner than I would have thought, September, which is nice. There's definitely some stuff
I'm a police officer from Brand.
that I feel like doesn't look great. Nothing really looks like awful. The music is a lot better than I thought it would be without Yamaoka, you know, no Yamaoka involvement. So it's kind of mixed feelings right now, but overall, like, I'm still just excited to try it.
And you?
113
This is my
days.
dream, and you don't even know my name. It's Cynthia.
Your dream.
Technically 111
That's right.
because of the 48-hour early
This
access.
is just a dream. And a really terrible one, too. I hope I wake up soon.
So you think this is a dream?
Beard,
Well, if it's not a
FM
dream,
Beard, and
what is
thank you
it?
so much for the 6 months in advance and the 47 months overall.
Anyway.
Thank you, thank you.
I want to get out of here, but I
Very
can't
much
find
appreciate
the exit.
all the resub love. Thank you, thank you.
Will you help me find it? I'm kind of scared all alone.
Kind of scared.
I'll do
All
a
alone.
special favor for you later.
Special favor is puking.
It's just a dream, so I might as well have some fun.
He's into some very specific things.
Wait a minute. I think I'm gonna puke.
I wonder how long Henry waited here. Because they just sort of do a little fade to imply like some significant time passage, but Has it been like 30 minutes? Has it been like 8 hours? I feel like Henry would be awkward enough. He would be the type to just like stand there and wait, awaiting further instructions and not move for like hours. What ending am I going for? Nothing in particular. I'm just doing kind of a casual playthrough, which probably means Eileen will get fucked up. I'll try to do my best. But I won't be upset if we are unable to get a good ending. But we'll see what we get. See, that's one thing you don't get to play around with as much on the PC version. Pretty much not at all. Those little loading screen play with the stretch and distort the halo of the sun and the shabby doll.
What? Another dream. But it seems so real. Or could it be? Was I really
Rest in peace,
inside
load screen
that
mini
woman's
games.
dream?
Yeah, it's just like not really a thing anymore. The whole
Oh, that's
concept
just
of modern
stupid.
gaming wants to get away
What am I
from
thinking?
loading screens. So that's just like not a thing. Honestly, I kind of miss stuff like that. The best ones that always stand out in my head when I'm thinking about this kind of stuff. Dragon Ball, the Budokai games. Yeah, Pablo, you're on the same wavelength. The Budokai games and the Tenkaichi games had some amazing little like loading screen mini games that were so fun. Yeah, Devil May Cry 3, destroying the now loading text. I'm trying to think of what the most recent game I played that had that kind of like loading screen aspect. And I want to say like Bayonetta, having the practice your combos during the loading screen moments. It's one of the last games that I can remember really doing that. When you realize Bayonetta is not recent. I know. I mean, Bayonetta 1 was a decent amount of time. It's kind of a while ago. If I remember correctly, Bandai copyrighted that, so other games stopped having minigames and loading screens. I remember hearing something about that, but I don't think it was as strict as a lot of people make it out to be. Like, there were a lot of specifics to the actual ruling that they got. Oh, whoops. I need to do the Eileen cutscene here. But yeah, I think it just got phased out. I think it just got kind of phased out naturally because game design really got to a point where things load faster to the point where they don't really need a loading screen. And the way that games load data, like you don't need to separate areas between a loading screen anymore. You have that moment of like a little cutscene that plays and you're actually like loading in the next chunk of map like during this little cutscene or this little moment where the game kind of takes control away from you. You know, that moment where you have to hold R2 and squeeze up under, like technically that is the loading screen minigame now, right? Is hold the button to squeeze through this narrow thing slowly while the game loads the next chunk of models for enemies and stuff that's up ahead. Like squeezing through that hallway is the minigame. That's your loading screen minigame now.
Where did I put that damn broom? Oh, there it is.
Damn broom. Wish we still had the Eileen possessions in the peekaboo hole. There were some really interesting animations and stuff that didn't get used in the final game that are they're still in the game files. There's some modders who've like used model viewer software and stuff to show them. And I think at one point, one of the main people who does like Silent Hill 4 modding, Hunter Stanton, I think was looking into restoring some of those animations and things. But yeah, there were some really creepy ones.
Where did you go?
Of
Hurry,
Eileen doing
save
weird
me.
possessed shit in her
If you need a
apartment.
token, there's one here.
There's also some sort of like funny / weird ones. There was some animation. I think there was like one of the animations was like Eileen shaving her legs or shaving her armpits or something like that. There were some other animations like that that were cut that are in the files. There's a bunch of creepy ones where she's like possessed and got her face like right up next to the kind of similar to the Henry peephole room haunting that you can get. Kind of like an Eileen version of that. Some kind of mannequin. Got a coin in its hand. Nothing else suspicious about it. Some kind of mannequin. It just sort of reminds Henry of Cynthia. Just a little bit. Only a little bit. Increase brightness just a tiny bit for one's sake. Want run to be my default control. There we go. That's just a little more comfortable for me. Get the bottle. Give him the Sauvignon. It's broken. This is just one of my favorite weapons just because of that mechanic right there. It's not a particularly good mechanic, or it's not a particularly good weapon, but it's a really cool mechanic. I like that breaking the bottle functions not just to be a weapon durability thing where it stops functioning as a weapon, it becomes a better weapon. It goes from being a club to a stabbing weapon. Like, imagine if Silent Hill F had something like that instead. Also, creepy penis mannequin things. It's filled with some kind of weird stuff. That's all Henry will say about this. Despite the fact that it looks like it has an open book and a note pinned to it, I feel like there must have been some deeper use for that when it was created that just didn't get included in the final game. It's such a weird, specific set piece. There's a lot of things like that in this game, though. There's a lot of really weird, creepy things just there in the environment. Especially when you get to the staircases in between, like, Walter's worlds. Stand back. I'll smash my way in with the bottle. Cynthia obtained. It always felt like such a slap in the face that they introduce the mechanic of having, you know, to escort another character very early in this game through Cynthia. But they actually program Cynthia to just teleport and follow you when you go through doors. It's like they did it on purpose to fuck with the player, to get you used to that, like, this functioning this particular way, so that once you get to Eileen, you're expecting, like, oh, Eileen will probably work the same way as Cynthia. And then you just run off and leave her. Don't realize Eileen hasn't been with you for like 6 rooms. Other than this scripted moment right here, where Cynthia stops following you. He'll just teleport around. Double stomp. Just trying to make sure. You can also get some animations if you attack the greedy worm over here. They'll, like, wriggle around.
Henry, I found the exit. Come to the turnstile. Henry, I found
Umbilical
the exit.
cord
Come
abuse.
to the turnstile. Hurry! Hurry! I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
That golf club. Incredible Joe, thank you so much for the 35 months. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate it. Welcome back. Oh, cleared out the subway station. Didn't take the nutrition drink. Sometimes it's actually better to leave stuff. So you can pick it up later when it's second time around. But I'm just gonna stash that one. Take the time to stab these guys for ruining speedruns. Trust me, they deserve it. They deserve it. They know what they did. Grabby hands. No. I slap free run. Why can't they be shot? They can still be hit. Wow. The delayed hitbox. That's the real move. That's the real one that always gets me. It's bad enough when they just slap you in general, but when the whole animation plays out and it's like clearly over and you still get hit, that's the best one. Although that dude just launched me all the way to the top, so I'm just gonna go. Why can't they just be helpful like that? Can we get a run? Can that be a strat? Where they just slap Henry and send him upwards? all the way to the top. Henry's reaction to this situation.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? The question mark and the exclamation point at the end of the subtitle
Right?
is, I think, what makes it extra special,
I think
combined with like the
I
softest
drank too
delivery
much last
possible.
night.
Are you
I never
okay?
got to do that special favor for you. I feel like I'm dying.
It's okay. It's just a dream.
Such a good song.
There's nothing you can do. So sleep in your only memory of me, my dearest mother. Here's a lullaby to close your eyes. It was always you that I despised. I don't feel enough for you to cry. Oh well, here's a lullaby.
Cynthia?
He sounds so sad. Cynthia.
Man, what's that noise out there?
And he's never heard a siren before. On the situation going outside, there's an ambulance and a police car near the subway entrance. Is it Cynthia? Could it be? There's also something really charming about this game's visual style. I love the low poly world outside of your window. The like simplified character models and stuff. Oh, and there's the Robbie hot air balloon.
Hurry up and get that ambulance. Quit yapping and move her already. Damn. She's got numbers carved into her chest. I wonder if...
In the numbers, but outside of the numbers, thing goes to static. They don't start dropping those Walter Sullivan case details yet. Heard that Sunderland, the superintendent who gave me this photo, been the super here since built. Sunderland. Was always a that was a fun reveal. First time playing. Oops, I'm playing this game. Hold on, I'm having some microphone. Yeah, there's something going on. I think it's my noise gate. Okay. Hopefully that should be a little bit better. Sorry, got distracted by audio things. Oh, and Eileen hears the sirens, the commotion going on outside. She like gets up to go be nosy, look out her window, like most people would. Her own Robbie. Oh, I started talking about the reveal of Frank Sunderland being related to James Sunderland. Having that very loose connection to Silent Hill 2. DJ, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you, thank you. Although the cult itself is gone, I'm sure the spirit of it is still alive. There are too many strange things happening in that town. I'm investigating 2 people, or maybe I should say just 1. I've just about discovered what's going on. April 8th. Even at that point, Joseph still didn't quite know the whole story. Everyone was just making the assumption that there was multiple people involved, which makes sense. Like, they're going through the logical idea of how these murders could be happening. And no person's first logical thought is going to be like, clearly it's a man who performed a ritual so that his ghost could live on and have the power to do these things. That wouldn't be your first, like, logical thought of how this is happening. So they just assume somebody is working with Walter Sullivan or there's a copycat. So, like, that's what the police were thinking. It's also what Joseph starts off thinking. Could be drugs. Must be on drugs. Go put some stuff away. No awu. No awooing. Oh, they gonna awoo. The dogs are such a pain in the ass in this game, too. Genuinely. That's saving up our golf club collection.
Help me! Help! Let
Help
me out
me.
of here!
Help me.
There's something going
Let me
on
out,
in
help
this
me.
room.
What do you mean?
I heard weird noises coming from inside there.
Help!
Hey, Richard, can you see anything from your window?
Hey.
No.
Henry
Everything looks
yelling
pretty
in
normal to
lowercase.
me. The guy who lives here, what's he like anyway?
I know his name and face, but that's about it.
Well, I'm gonna go call the super.
Yeah, good idea.
Damn it. They can't hear me.
Love this game? Me too, Steel Priest. This one's very good. Richard. I love Richard Braintree. Like, yeah, he's an asshole. But he's our asshole. He beats up the weird stalker. He beats up Mike. He says, ouch. He wears very fashionable ties. He threatens children with heavy firearms. He's just generally a really cool guy. Oh, up there. Can't get it. Also, his ghost is the best. His ghost is genuinely, like, the best. Cynthia's is, like, honorable mention. Like, it's a real close one between her and Richard, but the Cynthia ghost and the Richard ghost have, by far, like, the best animations. Some of the coolest shit that they can do. Exactly. She has the, like, slithering animation and a lot of those. There's, like, a few different animations that she's got that are seen less often. Because a lot of it requires, like, fighting her and downing her without actually pinning her. A lot of specific kind of situations. Tangling your feet in her hair is fucking wild. Yeah, stuff like that. Whenever she, like, just does the get you stuck in her hair animations in general. Got a lot of really cool stuff.
So you came to
Silent Res, thank you so much for that brand new sub. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support.
Guy here before, a real nosy guy. But I was the one who found.
Here we've got another contender for like favorite side character in this game.
Natives called it.
I love Jasper.
They used it in a ceremony for
He knows his
talking with
shit.
their dead ancestors. And
He's literally a
now
Silent Hill nerd.
Those guys are using it too.
In a world where Silent Hill
Call it the
exists,
Mother Stone.
he is a fan of it.
They're just up ahead in that weird building, operating some kind of crazy.
Exactly. He likes Silent Hill and true crime.
They used to collect orphans and
But he's also out here learning about like the local native history, Nakihona. All of this stuff that like is involved with the cult and everything that he's interested in.
stone.
Chocolate milk enjoyer. Jasper is just 10 out of 10.
Ceremony for
His ghost should have been much cooler. Like, being on fire all the time and melting through the walls is like, it's okay. But compared to like Cynthia and Braintree's ghosts, these are the things that I think about in terms of like, if this game eventually got a remake. This is one of the ones that I feel could stand to benefit the most from having a remake, because you could do so much more with the ghosts. You could do so much cool shit with the ghosts. Yeah, Jasper being able to like set shit on fire, leave like burning trails through the walls and ground and stuff when he's phasing in and out. Yeah, like setting doors and stuff on fire. Filling rooms with smoke, making it harder to see. That would be a cool one. That's what I'm saying. You could do so much more with the ghosts. And then we have the other ghosts like Steve Garland. I just ran past on the way here, talking about how cool Jasper could potentially be. And then you've got Steve Garland. He swings a little shovel at you.
Revelation.
That's it.
Something's gonna happen. That nosy guy that was here, he said it too. Something big is gonna happen. Finally, it's gonna happen!
He could have the animals with him. Oh, that would be cool. Actually do something interesting with all of the other ghosts. Give them all their own things. That would be my favorite, like, if any aspect of this game were to be redone. I feel like the most potential would come from room hauntings and ghost abilities. Like, every time you go back to your apartment for the second half of the game in a remade Silent Hill 4, every time you go back to your apartment should essentially feel like you're playing PT. The way that you could have the hauntings and stuff be so involved and like genuinely creepy. Have more like puzzles and things to solve to open things up. Like you kind of already have that with the with getting the new hole in the wall in the utility room and having to open that up. But you could kind of split that up a little bit more, have some more puzzles. Again, something kind of similar to PT, where there's like little logic puzzles, little sequence things that you have to do every time you go back to the room once it's haunted.
There's something written
Again,
on
you
it.
could turn that whole segment into basically PT every time in between Walter's worlds. You could do so much with that. All right, he's gonna enjoy his infinite bottle of chocolate milk. Have fun, Jasper. What if you got back to the apartment and started running into everything because the room shifted about 1 inch to the left and now it's interrupting your learned pathing? Oh, I would love stuff like that. Silent Res, holy shit. Silent Res, 11,500 bits? That is a lot of bits. That's a lot of bits. Silent Res, thank you very, very much. New to the channel. Subscribes right away. And then hitting some gigantic biddies. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you, Silent Res. Hey, Deus Ex. Yeah, good job. Good job, Steve. Stop. Let me get my 6-iron.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
Relax, bro. I'm sorry I said you were boring. You're a fun and interesting ghost. Did I already dissect the trailer from State of Play? Not yet, Yami. I'm going to do a video separately just for YouTube to kind of go over it. Should hopefully go out tomorrow. Silent Res says, hey man, know you've been going through a lot. Thought this would be able to help you in some way. You've been helping a lot with long hours at work, so wanted to give back to you. You're awesome. No, you are awesome. Thank you so much, Silent Res. That is very, very kind of you. I'm glad the streams and videos and everything can help you get through those long shifts. But yeah, thank you so much for the love and support. Really do appreciate it. Minimoto, thank you so much for the 22 months. Thank you very, very much. What's my favorite fun fact from Silent Hill 4? Favorite fun fact from Silent Hill 4. There's a lot of interesting stuff in this game. There's a lot of just interesting trivia. At this point, I don't know if it's considered a cop-out or something, but there's a lot of these environments and stuff that you're seeing like outside the window were done by Hiroko Usuda. And you can even see one of the little posters that she designed. Some of her artwork in her style on that little section heading down into the sewers, or into the subway rather, not the sewers. And Hiro Usuda also is the artist who designed my PNG tuber avatar that you're seeing on screen in the corner. Hiroko Usuda is a fan of the channel. She made me some fan art and then animated it for the PNG tuber avatar. But she also streams on Twitch, which is how we came to meet, rather. English is difficult. But yeah, shout outs to Usuda-san. Her artwork is all over the environments of this game. And another mod do a shout. There it is. Yeah, shout outs to Hiro Usuda. Definitely go and follow her. She streams live on Twitch and does artwork and stuff like that live. Living legend, former member of Team Silent, responsible for a lot of the environments and artwork and stuff like that I and I'm sure many of you appreciate from Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. I said, I don't know if that is like a cop-out answer, but that's probably my favorite fun fact at this point. For 3 and for 4. Like, hey, the environment artist for those games made artwork for me. And that's amazing and still kind of surreal. There's Eileen looking bored, watching TV. He's watching Twitch. He's like, why is this guy yapping instead of playing the game? Just play the game faster. Ah. Hi, Braintree. Here he goes. Everybody up in Henry's business. That seems to be the trend of this apartment complex. Everybody gets into everybody else's business. But honestly, I like all of that. I love all of the weird subplot stuff going on, where it's like Rachel the nurse and her artist boyfriend, but there's a weird stalker like stalking her, and Frank Sunderland, the superintendent, thinks the stalker is the boyfriend because he's just like mistaken. You've got the weird gun nut who modified his BB gun and shot one of the cat lady's cats. The artist is snooping on everybody and painting portraits of them and like aspects of their daily lives. There's all these little character subplot things going on with all the people who live in the apartments. That's another thing that I think could be expanded upon in some interesting ways in the remake. If they got to a point where they were doing a remake. I feel like at this point, Silent Hill 1 remake, I mean, we already know that's definitively in development. Unless something crazy happens, it should come out. And assuming that it sells at least as well as like Silent Hill F and, you know, Silent Hill 2 remake, both of those games were super successful. If one is also like relatively successful, which I feel like it will be. I feel like as well as Silent Hill 2 remake did, a lot of people, even more so, there's a lot of people like me who were very anti-Bloober Team before Silent Hill 2 remake, and then 2 remake came out and I was like, all right, you've shown that you can do this, somewhat well and like make a good, entertaining game. Like Silent Hill 2 Remake, I know a lot of people have issues with it. I have some issues with it as well. It's not perfect, but it's very good. And I feel like Bloober Team did something really interesting with how they approached it. And I feel like if they keep a lot of that same design philosophy, then one remake should be really good as well. Oh, a little bit creepy there. Eileen stops looking at the TV and looks directly at the people. Just sort of mouth open, jaw, slack-jawed a little bit. I think eventually she like hears something and gets up and runs off to one side, like towards the door. Sure is nice that Silent Hill is doing good again. It was in quite a bad spot. Even the revitalization, like even bringing everything back, because it was in worse than just a bad spot. It was like dead. PT was canceled, and we got nothing but slot machines, pachinko machines, for like almost a decade. And even when they brought it back, the first two things that we got when they brought it back was Ascension and Short Message. Oh, I forgot the key. Ascension and Short Message. It was like, hey everybody, Silent Hill's back. Here you go. Here's a scam of an online animated TV show that you can pay a season pass to quote unquote influence, and they'll just change the outcomes to whatever they want and remove all the individual character aspects and stuff later. Like, here's that. And then, oh, Shadow Drop. Here's Short Message. You can finish it in less than an hour. And it sure exists. Short Message was pretty, and that was it. It looked fine. It had Sakura Head, which was an interesting character design. Good old Masahiro Ito monster. Ascension wasn't a Silent Hill game, though. I don't know. I spent hours playing fucking stones and connect the dots for scam points, for influence points, I mean. That sure sounds like a game to me. I have to check the tapes. Check the footage. And fishing, don't forget fishing. Yeah, fishing and car engine repair. And ruin Akira Yamaoka songs by strumming a terrible guitar. I'm just saying, I remember video game things. I remember games. Even though that's been deleted from history. I remember.
I finally met him! The one the nosy guy talked about! The devil!
He's so happy. Good for him. Yeah. He finally met him. He's been waiting to meet his hero.
A special news report. In a forest near Silent Hill, the burned corpse of a 30-year-old male was discovered earlier today. The police have ruled it a homicide and are investigating. The numbers 17121 were reportedly carved into the man's body. Due to the marks on the victim, the police are investigating possible links to the Walter Sullivan case 10 years ago.
Salter Wollivan. Now they're connecting the dots. This guy's just rocking out. And then you learn through like the notes and the context when you're learning about all of your neighbors that that's the guy who loves music. He has like giant speakers built into his walls.
This is the superintendent. Are you in there, Henry?
Help me! There's something wrong with this room! Help! Let me out of here!
Is anybody home?
What's going on here?
Come on, Frank. Find the key. Set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city.
That's strange. That's the right key.
Zenfair. Says, Nub, why do you think there's such a contrast in quality between Silent Hill games? When other franchises succeed, even when each game was made by different teams, like Resident Evil. Hard to say.
Game one is back then.
I think some of it comes down to just game production is, especially back then, just kind of a very messy thing. There were less standards, and especially at that time, the way Konami sort of was towards its development teams. Konami would just, kind of throw people together to work on projects. And a lot of the people working on the original Team Silent games were kind of misfits from other little projects around Konami. So there was just that, I think, lightning in a bottle, very particular people who were involved with the first games. They've also gone and said in interviews, and some people have described Team Silent as mostly being like artists first and foremost. A lot of them were artists and programmers. So even beyond just like whatever they were credited as doing, a lot of the team just kind of approached things in a very different way, kind of outside of what their designated roles were. You also just had some super ambitious people trying to do things above and beyond like everything else that was around at that time. You had people like Takayoshi Sato literally staying overnight, living in the Konami offices so that he could render out all of the CG for Silent Hill 1. Like, he had to wait for the rest of the team to go home so that he could utilize everyone else's computers to meet the deadlines to render out all of the CG for Silent Hill 1. Like, pretty much did all of that himself. Super, super ambitious, but went through and did it. But that's the difference between having people who are passionate about what they're making, and having them be artists, very ambitious artists in pretty much every role of production and game development, versus having everything sort of outsourced and being told like, okay, here's all of the things that you need to have. You need to have big monster. You need to have trauma. You need to have fog. You need to have fire. You need to have nurse. You need to have rust. And a bunch of people trying to recreate that from an outside perspective with a limited budget, rather than just like being ambitious and sort of having the understanding that the original team did. Like, not to say that there is no ambition from other game developers out there. Like, just because somebody is outsourced and has a project dropped into their lap doesn't mean that they wouldn't approach it in creative and interesting ways. But I feel like the people who happen to get the Silent Hill games post Team Silent, like, just did not understand exactly what Team Silent was striving to do, and were not properly sort of following in their footsteps. Hey, what's up, Wex? But there's also so many other aspects that go into it. A lot of it comes down to how good a particular director is, or how much effort certain producers are putting in to make sure that all the teams are on the same page, so that the audio meshes with the art style, meshes with the environments, meshes with the lighting, meshes with the promotion and the marketing. Trying to get all of those things all lined up and sort of thinking and feeling about the project the same way is hard. So it's an aspect that affects the quality of a game that not everybody always necessarily thinks about. You know, you kind of think about the more direct hands-on roles of your artists and voice actors and stuff like that. But a lot of it can also just come down to like how smooth was production. Because I think ultimately one of the things that, and again, I'm talking from a complete outside perspective. I've never made a game in my life. But it feels like you can tell the difference between a team that feels sort of disjointed versus a team where everyone kind of knew what everyone else was doing. Like they worked with a lot of their core teammates side by side. Like, your artists would talk to your writers, and they would talk with their CG artists, and they would talk with their concept artists, and you know, the concept artist, you know, like people like Masahiro Ito get to have input on the story, meaningful input on the story that the writers genuinely take into consideration and affects what they're working on collaboratively versus game development, especially modern game development, where you've got a lot of different departments all sort of working on things, sometimes on entirely different countries and continents and sides of the world. So it can be a lot harder for like your CG team to know what your writing team is doing when they're like halfway across the world. And I'm sure it really complicates things, you know?
Kill me.
Do you think the new batch of Silent Hill games set in other countries are not only for the bigger artistic freedom, but also because it's a safer route? Being that the Silent Hill community is very hard to please. I mean, the community being hard to please, I think, is a little bit of a misnomer. I don't think the Silent Hill community is necessarily as difficult to please as a lot of developers think. It's just that it requires some effort. And I don't think the changing of the setting, like having the Silent Hill games set in other countries and stuff, I don't think that's necessarily like a bad thing. But I think the motivation behind it is not very good, is not very sound. The way they talk about the town itself, the developers and producers like Matoyo Komodo, they talk about the town as if it's a burden. Like, we've already set so many games in this town, how many more stories can we tell there? So they're like, we want to evolve the series, we want things to change, and in order to do that, we decide to change the setting. In my mind, that's so backwards. Because, like, how creatively bankrupt do you have to be like, we have this magical, mysterious town that can literally shapeshift into anything that is inside the minds of the people occupying it. But we're out of ideas. We need to move to Japan or Scotland to keep it interesting and fresh. Like, you literally have a town that has infinite possibility. It's not just a regular town. That's the whole point. That's what makes it interesting. It functions completely differently from game to game, and it's been shown to be able to manifest things from complete non-existence and change how it looks and appears to multiple characters at the same time. It can literally be anything to anyone. How creatively bankrupt are you where you're like, we can't have that town as a setting anymore? How does that make any sort of sense? And then I agree with, like, the town needs to evolve, the series needs to evolve, but all they've done is change the setting. They're still doing the same protagonist with trauma, and everything is symbolic and metaphorical and tied to them in some special meaningful way, which, don't get me wrong, As long as it's done well, that's fine. But it's a little bit stale. It's a little bit stale for the series at this point. And for people who do all this talking about we need to evolve the series, that's the important part of the series that needs to change and evolve. They need to stop doing the same formula over and over and make something that is genuinely surprising and shocking and disturbing and scary that we haven't already seen. And instead of changing that, they're just like, let's do the same thing, but in Japan. Let's do the same thing, but in Scotland. Like, it's old. It's old at this point, and they're focusing too hard on the wrong parts of the franchise that need to be changed. Again, I like Silent Hill F for what it is. Townfall looks interesting. I'm reserving full judgment until we actually get to play the game here in a couple months, but I don't know. I genuinely want something fresh and new from the series more than just the setting, because the setting is like the least important part. It was the least necessary thing that needed to be changed. They see it with the eyes of a corpo that expects 15 sequels and another 30 spin-off Marvel style. And of course, by Silent Hill 9, they think it's going to get stale if it happens in the same town every time. And I totally get that. Like, I definitely get approaching it from that perspective. And again, I don't think there's necessarily anything even wrong with changing up the location and having it set somewhere else. But I think things should still tie back to the town in some meaningful way. Like, removing the town from really being like a core aspect of the games altogether, I think is a big mistake. Having very, very loose, you know, tie-ins with things like, you know, Silent Hill F, just like kind of dancing around the idea of White Claudia and Aglophilus, and that's like as close as they're willing to get with it. At that point, why bother? Like, make something actually meaningfully tie in to established lore. Not everybody's gonna like it, not everybody's gonna agree, but you're gonna have that situation no matter what you decide to do. And I feel like it's at least more respectful to acknowledge the rest of the franchise, the town that it's named for.
I used to work at the orphanage watching the kids. I'm Andrew DeSalvo. They tried to make it seem like an orphanage, but according to that town's holy scriptures, it was actually the center of their religion. And that kid Walter, he was really into that mumbo jumbo.
They shouldn't compare Silent Hill to Resident Evil. Yeah.
Scary.
Unfortunately, that's the nature of things. I mean, Silent Hill started as Konami's answer to Resident Evil.
God.
Resident Evil was the big popular thing, and Konami wanted their version of it. Much like Friday the 13th, if we're going to talk like horror, sort of springboarding off of something else that was already established. That was basically the way that like Halloween was and Friday the 13th was, where Halloween, you know, was this really big horror phenomenon, and Friday the 13th got made because of the popularity of Halloween, but it became its own distinct thing that for many people even exceeds what it was originally spun off from, you know? Like, there's a lot of people who are bigger fans of Friday the 13th than Halloween. Silent Hill started off as Konami's answer to Capcom doing Resident Evil. They wanted to have their version of it. Their version of survival horror. And the people that they had make it just so happened to put a lot, probably way more creativity and personality into it than even Konami was expecting. Because there's plenty of other studios and games that tried to do the Resident Evil clone route that did not last the way that Silent Hill did. They just happened to have this super creative, really, sort of different-minded team behind it. Konami pretty much got lucky giving this project to Team Silent and having those particular people create it, It's true lightning in a bottle situation, But because of that origin, you're always going to have that really strong comparison between Resident Evil and Silent Hill, both from a fan perspective and from like a development standpoint. Smells like dead Andrew in here. Of all the survival horror IPs, Silent Hill is the most creative and original. I agree. And I think, again, a lot of that is thanks to the foundation that Team Silent laid. Being able to have story and characters that touches on some genuinely deep and relatable and disturbing elements of the human condition. It was just... It blurred that line between, like, what you think about when you think about video game stories. To me, that was the line that Silent Hill really crossed. Suguru Murakoshi. Suguru Murakoshi, the director of Silent Hill 4. Little reference to him through the radio, caught urinating from a light pole. Eileen laughing and clapping at whatever she's watching on TV. Oh, and then creepy staring. I like this one where she like leans in. Really seems like she's noticing the people, but then just goes back to watching TV. Oh, no. Looking at it again. I mean, you're the one being creepy spying on her? Fair. But look at these adorable animations that we wouldn't see otherwise. Hole's even bigger now. There's a lot of noise coming from the inside the hole. Some good typos. Building World. Disney World. Wonder which Silent Hill game has the most typos or grammatical errors? Probably 3 or 4. There's a lot in 3 and 4. Three has some of your favorites. 3 has It's Making Me Head Hurt. And there's another one when in that same hallway when you're looking at the boxes where she's like, there's like a nonsense sentence where it's like, I don't really need that right now, but it's the words are like mixed up, like they had some different version of what was going to be said there and didn't edit it correctly. Silent Hill 4, yeah, has a lot of weird stuff in the subtitles. Andrew saying, let me out of here. What's a car doing here? Monkey.
Ouch! Damn it. Where the hell am I? You're a real person. Hey, you're the guy that lives across from me.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting just an ouch. That's the best part.
Braintree. From 207.
Ouch. He falls like 80 feet.
What the hell's happened to us?
Lands directly on his tailbone.
In this freaky
Ouch.
world.
Damn it.
But if you're here too, then there must be something wrong with the whole apartment building. That must explain what happened to that other guy too.
What other guy?
The guy who lived in 302 before you. A journalist. He disappeared one
That
day.
tie will forever be iconic. I wish I could know the origin of this tie. Like, who is responsible for this artwork? Because, like, I've tried to match it to historical, actual artwork, and I've never found an exact match.
If you know what's good for you.
I asked Hiro Usuda
Watch out for that.
herself, like, who did a lot of the environment art, because it's kind of similar to her artwork. So I thought maybe she did it. Because it looks a little bit like her style of the paintings in, like, Silent Hill 3 in the church. That very, like, old school religious painting style. But Usuda-san said she didn't do it. And unfortunately, we can't ask character designer Shingo Yuri, because he sadly passed away a few years ago. So I don't know who has the answer for me. The mystery of Braintree's tie. But I would love to know. What the hell? Something reeks. Probably all these strips of still wet flesh. Give me the club. Give me the golf club. The bat. Collect all these weapons. Use some of these weapons that I don't typically use. Eileen skip or no? I mean, it's a casual playthrough, so I feel like that's just kind of my call. And I'm probably going to do the Eileen skip, because fuck Building World 2. I hate Building World 2 so much. The puzzle is clever. I don't mind the puzzle itself. But the way that it's just spread out, it feels very, like, artificially padded. How much you have to backtrack for Eileen on this one. And then standing and waiting for, like, the elevator animations and everything. Why I like doing the Eileen skip. Away to bed. All right, take it easy. Have a good night, Ancient Oleander. Hope you get some good sleep. The extra hits while they're falling downstairs. Here, let's see if we can get our golf club stolen. Probably easier for me to just go all the way to the bottom and wait for these to jump down. Because they'll jump down after you. But there's some interesting animations that you can get with the gum heads. With certain weapons, they can steal your weapons. See, this one's already got a pipe. They might just kill me before they do it. Yeah, they're just gonna kill me before they actually take the damn golf club. So never mind, I guess. But yeah, you can get an animation where they'll attack you and steal your weapon. Come to think of it, maybe that's a difficulty thing. I'm trying to think if that's ever happened on easy or if that just happens on harder difficulties.
You live in that apartment too, huh?
Have to do some testing.
You look a lot like a little punk that I once caught sneaking around.
Creature audio in this game was such a strange choice.
Do you know something about what's going on?
So Silent Hill 3 and 4 were basically being developed at the same time. And the majority of the time and budget went to Silent Hill 3. And you can tell. You can tell because Silent Hill 4 is definitely a lot less polished, and the audio, I think, is what stands out the most. The music is fantastic, and I feel like a lot of the ambient audio is really good. But they ran out of time and budget when it came to creature audio, and there's a lot of stock sound that's used in Silent Hill 4. Now, there's a lot of stock sounds used in Silent Hill 1 through 3 as well. The difference is those stock sounds are usually like much more edited. A lot of times your sound engineer, in many cases Yamaoka himself, would take the sounds and like run them through his synthesizer setup so that he could pitch shift them and like bend them and slow them down and repeat them and echo them. He would alter them in ways where you can't even really tell what the original stock audio was. Silent Hill 4, a lot of that audio did not run through that same editing process. It feels like they just grabbed the stock audio and threw it in just as it was. So you get like stock cheetah sounds when you're hitting the dogs, and you get like the burp, the burping patients in St. Jerome's Hospital, just doing that like stock burp sound effect. Where it's like, I could see them making like a creepy guttural sound out of that burp sound effect. Like if they took it and modified it the way that they did a lot of the sounds in, you know, stock sounds and things that they used in 1 through 3. But it's just kind of in there as it is. Hey, Usada-san. Welcome. Hello. Good to see you. Nice to see you. We were just talking about you not long ago. Your contributions to the environment art and elements of Silent Hill 4. But yeah, it's always good to see you. We're just doing a nice casual playthrough of Silent Hill 4 today. Oh, Braintree. This part was always like so disturbing back in the day. And thank fuck for the subtitles. If you play without the subtitles, it's so hard to know what Braintree is supposed to be saying here. Richard, how did you get into that chair? Walter Magic. Walter Magic. Big halo of the sun. And we're back. Oh. There's a man in 207 pointing his finger, pointing his entire hand, because his model is too low poly to have individual fingers. But he's pointing his manimal paw towards Eileen's room.
Looks like another one, Captain. Got 1121 on his head. It's just like that case from 10 years ago. Yeah, that Walter Sullivan case.
Yeah. Walter Sullivan
Sullivan's
case.
dead. They even got the body. Must be some crazy copycat. Yeah, but even so...
Like, what is the accent the voice actor was going for there? Yeah, but even so, sounds like a 1950s baseball announcer, sportscaster. Do we know who the voice actors are for those guys? I'm not actually sure off the top of my head. It's from up north somewhere. I mean, the game's supposed to be in Maine or New England at the very least. And it doesn't quite sound like any New England accent I've ever heard. She's dressed up. Yeah, Eileen's getting all fancy. You can also see a head start floating past the windows here. Every once in a while, we should see a head float by. Yeah, as far as I was double checking the credits for Silent Hill 4, no credited voice for the extra people on the radio. Sometimes they just get voice actors to do extra roles, so it's possible it could have been Walter's VA or Henry's VA or Braintree's VA. It could have just been one of the other character VAs, like doing those little cop characters, but they sound just sort of more amateur in their delivery. I don't think it's any of the main cast. It doesn't sound like any of them to me. But even a lot of the main cast was not like directly credited, so hard to say. Was the Walter Sullivan newspaper you find in the Woodside Apartments in Silent Hill 2 remake in the original? Because I know it talks about him. Yes. In the original Silent Hill 2, you still find the Walter Sullivan newspaper. The thing is, like, what a lot of fans misunderstand, the games were not written out as like a continuous series. Like when they made that reference to Walter Sullivan in that note in Silent Hill 2, it's not because they already had Silent Hill 4 written and planned. When it came time to make another sequel, they went back and expanded on the lore of the characters from that note in Silent Hill 2. It was reverse engineered through pre-established lore, because that's how sequels used to work. Where they would actually like build off of continuous established previous lore instead of just disregarding it and setting the game in a different country. They used to like reference the games that came before them. But yeah. That's in the original Silent Hill 2. All the plates. And 3 golf clubs. Nothing showing up on the wall yet. I guess I don't want to clutter my inventory with these just yet, so that we can pick up a whole bunch of stuff from the hospital. Or from Apartment World. Apartment World first. God, I love the character, like, models, especially just the character faces in this one. 3 and 4 have some of the best looking characters, in my opinion.
It looks like my apartment. But what the hell is this?
Grab the superintendent's key. See you later. Not dealing with these ghosts. It's locked. There's a scrap of red paper stuck under the door. This is the same way they show up under my door. Nothing to say about the ghost of little Walter there. Hi, Walter.
I got this from Miss Galvin. A long, long time ago. She was younger than me back then. She looked so happy, holding her mother's hand. Here. I'll give it to you.
Thanks. I'll definitely take it. Old doll given by the man sitting on the apartment stairway. What a nice guy. Yeah, free doll. Sure, nothing bad will happen because of it. That doll doesn't seem too shabby to me. Are we complaining now about the shabbiness of the doll? Come on. If you hold on to the doll without ever storing it, does it still trigger the doll haunting? I don't remember. I don't think it does. I think it needs to be in your inventory box. Why don't we keep it for this playthrough? and we'll see what happens. But I'm pretty sure if it never goes into your inventory box, it never starts the doll hauntings. Is Henry the best dressed of the Silent Hill protagonists? I mean, it's a little plain. It's definitely the most, like, normal-looking outfit. But would you consider that the best dressed? Here's your giant speaker walls. Wall speakers I was talking about earlier. Heather's got all kinds of outfits. True. Heather has probably the most outfits out of anybody. Shit. I think Heather genuinely has more clothing options than your create a character in Book of Memories. There are so many unlockable costumes and things. Can't remember what Harry wore. He has like a brown jacket over a button-up shirt and vest and jeans. Of course, James has his iconic Jacob's Ladder outfit. Like, that's a pretty iconic outfit. Now it's just referred to as the Where's My Wife fit. Because it's been in so many things. Your Vietnam era military jacket over jeans. Quite a look. Yay, slugs. Squish all the slugs. We squish 'em. The red paper. Some real pistol bullets, even though all the guns here are just models. Where the guy writes about shooting the cat because of his allergies. Nobody tell Henry everything is a model? Here we go. there's a Silent Hill game concept. Silent Hill game where the character has an existential crisis after realizing they are in a video game. Truman Show effect. I don't know. I feel like it would be so hard to genuinely pull off those kind of ideas. Fourth wall break type of writing is really hard to get it to come across as like anything other than kind of corny. One of those things that, like, as a concept years ago could have potentially been something like substantial, more interesting. These days, I don't think you could really pull that off without, I don't know, kind of violating the audience a bit. Yeah, it's kind of been done. Oh, hey, Walter. Meta-narrative is almost never as clever as the writer thinks it is. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with it, right? I can see Eileen Galvin from here. I'm pretty sure that's room 303. What's she doing in this world? The gun Richard was using. Revolver get. Men's bloody underwear and a torn shirt sleeve in the garbage. New alternate costume unlocked. Imagine Henry just running around in some bloody tighty-whities. I mean, if you're going to put Eileen in the skimpy nurse outfit, you could have Henry run around in some bloody underwear. The dogs in this game cheat so hard. They're just programmed to infinitely speed up. They will always catch you. Funny enough, think the Dark Souls 3 dogs are kind of similar. Oh yeah, they are. They're worse in Dark Souls technically because they will just like teleport and drop right onto you. But with Silent Hill 4, they just keep speeding up and speeding up until they are guaranteed to reach you. Sometimes even to the point of like clipping through things. Also, the little Dalmatian statues from Hilltop Center in Silent Hill 3. There's a lot of that in this game. Again, you can tell 3 and 4 were being made at the same time, and 3 got most of the budget, and you can tell. And they reused and repurposed as much as they could for this game. We're going to keep the shabby doll. Try keeping it in our inventory. Again, I feel like I've tested this in the past, and it does not trigger the hauntings until it's actually stored in there. No sign of Eileen. Gotta read Richard's note about laying down from a really bad headache. And only then does the doll key spawn next to the bed. I do like the way the icons look when you have the doll key and the shabby doll at the same time. Like, yeah, we just have two of them. One with a key and one without. I'm sure she's fine.
Thanks. Did you find your mommy? This place? It's dangerous. You need to hurry. Get out of here.
Eileen never loses her cool. I think it's also just good showing that she, even in that state, she still is worried about Walter. She's like making sure he's okay. She's a good person. They managed to convey that aspect without really letting you get to know as much about the character first. And watch the ambulance. Eileen. They're taking her away in the low poly ambulance. Oh, yeah. Now, Robbie
So they took the victim to St. Jerome's, huh?
pointing directly
Yeah,
at
she's not
you.
gonna make it. She had numbers in her back too.
And we get the detectives
Walter Sullivan copycat.
discussing the case
Round
again.
3, huh?
Well, they never got the scumbag behind round 2 a few years back. Maybe it's the same guy.
What if 1, 2, and 3? What if they're all the same guy?
What the hell are you talking about? You know Sullivan killed himself.
What the hell are you talking about?
There were no clues. Crime scenes were always spotless. No fingerprints, no fibers, nothing. Just the numbers. 20121. I've been a cop for a long time, but I never seen a case like this one. It's almost like they were.
Imagine if they had gotten Richard Gross, Douglas's voice actor. Sadly, he passed away before production on Silent Hill 4, but before that had finished. But imagine if they had Douglas's voice in here as like one of the investigators. Because a big case like this, you'd probably have more than just your police and everybody on it. There'd probably be private investigators, people like Douglas. He was a really good voice actor, played the gruff detective well, for sure. One of these days, I need to play. There's an OG Xbox game. It's like a mecha fighting giant robot type game. It's not Mech Assault. Is it Mech Pursuit? I always forget the name of it. Fun. And I have like a physical copy of it as well. Murakumo Renegade Mech Pursuit. One of these days, I'll have to play Murakumo Renegade Mech Pursuit on stream. Because the voice cast is just like all of the Silent Hill and Resident Evil voice actors that you can think of. Richard Gross is in it. Douglas. Heather Mason is in it. It was another one that was the localization and cast direction, voice acting director and stuff was Jeremy Blaustein. So he just grabbed like a bunch of people who he had worked with. DJ, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Le Sapphire Cat. Sapphire Cat, enjoy the gift sub courtesy of DJ. Thank you very, very much. Do you have Mech Assault? I don't think I do have Mech Assault. I might. I honestly don't remember what all I have to get all my stuff back from my mom's house in Texas one of these days. Because I've got a big game collection. It's all sitting in a closet in Mom's house. Several states away. Can't remember if I had Mech Assault. I might actually. Because we had lots of copies of it when I was working at Game Over Video Games in Austin, Texas. And when I was working in a classic gaming store, like, I was buying up lots and lots of games and padding out my collection for many different consoles. So I probably have a copy of Mech Assault somewhere. I can't remember the last time I played Mech Assault. Probably not since like 2003. What's a woman's handbag doing here? Must be Eileen's. Take Eileen's bag? No. Crazy how expensive PS2 horror titles are. Yeah. I'm glad I've got all the ones I really care about. Because that market just absolutely exploded over the last several years. L1R1? I mean, it's a casual playthrough. Not L1. Usually I get super good luck on casual playthroughs and terrible luck on speedruns. Not L1R1. Not R2. Not L2. Not L3. I don't need. Not R3. Not R4. We'll take the health drink, though. L4. Not L4. I will take the Saint Medallion. Whip it, actually. L5. Just X-rays. R5. Just umbilical cords. R6. Body parts and chains. L6. There's the key. Now we just need to find Eileen. Ow. Ow. There she is. Bad RNG on a casual playthrough? Unheard of.
Eileen! Eileen, relax!
The headache that must be to speedrun this game. This section of the game is exactly why I don't speedrun this game very often. This game is
From next door.
very random and very unkind.
I don't know where to start. There was this strange hole in my room. I saw people getting killed. All these weird other worlds. And I saw you get attacked too.
What are you talking about? I'm supposed to believe that?
But it's true. And there was a kid with
Why
you.
is she still in her dress? Fan service.
I remember now. I was getting ready to go to my friend's party. The boy protected me from...
I mean, I get what you mean. Because technically, we're inside Walter's worlds, right?
Sorry, I didn't believe you.
It's not your physical body. Like, you see an example of that with Richard Braintree. You can go back to your apartment and look through your window and see Richard Braintree asleep in his apartment. But then you go into Walter's world and see Richard Braintree, like, fall from the
If
sky
you get killed here,
and dealing with
then you
stuff
die
in
in the real
Walter
world,
Sullivan's
too.
world. So it's like his physical body is still there, like
Anyway.
in his apartment sleeping.
the only way out of here
And
is through that
same
hole.
thing happens with Henry. Every time Henry comes back from one of Walter's worlds,
Take me
it's like
with
you're
you.
waking up from a dream. It's like his body is in his bed. As for like what you're wearing in Walter's world, I don't know. She's just in her dress. What she was in when she was attacked, if there is some kind of like legitimate lore reason. Hopefully she was close enough to go through. Yeah. I'm always curious what this looks like from Eileen's perspective. Because she says, like, where did you go? You just disappeared. Like, did he, from her view, did he just, like, stop existing? Did he clip into the wall? What was that experience like to Eileen? Eileen, he's gone. Come with me through this wall. Yeah. We'll both wake up in my bed. Eileen, relax. The air in this room feels heavy. Now we gotta deal with curses and shit. Hauntings. We'll keep the doll. Dash all the healing for when we actually need it, which is basically just this half of the game. Can you fully get rid of the curses, or do they come back? Eventually, you will always have another haunting occur. Like, as long as you are cleansing them, going into Walter's world, and then returning, there will always be more hauntings. Like, they'll continuously come back.
Henry.
Even for, like, going for the good ending, it calculates
Have you been
a
here the whole
certain
time?
percentage,
Yeah? And I didn't see any hole either.
which essentially is just saying, like,
Disappeared all of a sudden.
as long as
I
you
can't stay
clear
here by myself.
hauntings,
I'll be cursed. I know it. What am I gonna do?
as long as you go out of your way to clear, like,
no way
all
to
of
save
them
you.
that you encounter,
Do you know about someone
even if
named
it's not
Joseph?
necessarily all of them that you experience. There's also some that are very easy to miss that happen in, like, different parts of the apartment.
Before you. I think he was a journalist or something. He disappeared about 6 months
But I don't think there's ever a state where, like, you cleanse all of the hauntings and you can, like, go to Walter's world and return and no new ones
Yeah.
show up.
He was doing an investigation about a religious cult and a man named Walter Sullivan.
I'm fairly certain that's
I got
not a
this
thing.
letter from him. He told me to go down into the deepest part of him, and to look for the ultimate truth. Let's do that.
Let's do that. That
There
makes
must
the
be
most
something
sense.
down there.
What does that even mean in the context of your reality?
Okay.
Let's go down. Let's just
do
go
it.
down to Walter's one truth, you
the
know?
only chance I've got.
Let's just do it. We're just going to go into Walter Sullivan's one truth. Go to the deepest part of him. That sounds like my plan. How do we do that? Where do we go? Where even are we? I just got elbowed in the face by a giant, horrible patient demon. Let's just go down. Deepest part of Walter Sullivan. Let's just walk over all these mangled bodies in the elevator shaft. Hey. Nub, do you like the noise filter and film grain in Silent Hill games? People bash the feature, but I love it for Silent Hill specifically. Silent Hill 3 without the filter looks way too bright and clean. So, I am at ends with noise filter, and film grain stuff because I do like it. I do like the effect of it, but it is absolutely dog shit for streaming because it absolutely destroys your bitrate and it makes a lot of things in the game look worse. Where, like, if you're playing, if I'm just playing for myself, for my own personal enjoyment and not worrying about broadcasting or streaming or recording video, just playing the game to play it, I like having film grain on. I like the way that it looks. I like the atmosphere that it adds to the games. Especially in games where the film grain is dynamic, like Silent Hill 3. There's certain sections where it's stronger and certain sections where it's weaker to sort of emphasize different aspects of Cheryl's state and how close the god is to being born and how sort of relentless the other world is at any given moment. I like the film grain. I like the noise filter. But having it on for streams just kills the bitrate and makes the video look bad, so most of the time when I'm playing, I'm streaming, and if I'm streaming, I have that shit turned off. Maybe one day if Twitch starts allowing us to have much higher, better bitrate limits, and if I have better internet service available around me, that could potentially be something that could change as technology improves, basically. $25% of the way to the sub goal. Let's go. Hey, what's up, Great Bird? How many times have you completed all the Silent Hill games throughout your entire streaming history? I have no idea. I've been streaming since 2011. And, I mean, the Silent Hill series is the main focus of my channel. I've played these games for literally thousands, some of them literally tens of thousands of hours. Countless playthroughs. Between story playthroughs, casual playthroughs, speed runs, challenge runs, all of the times that I've streamed it, all of the times that I've played off stream when I'm just recording footage or testing things, or just playing for the sake of playing. Yeah.
I wonder if Joseph is
thousands,
still alive.
Thousands and thousands of times. What do I think about the upcoming Silent Hill game, Silent Hill Townfall? Are you looking forward to it? I'm looking forward to playing it, yes. Just based on the stuff that's been shown so far, I'm a little bit mixed on how I feel about it right now, but overall, I'm generally excited for new Silent Hill stuff. I try to give it the benefit of the doubt until I actually play it myself. And who knows, it might be really, really good. It might turn out to be super interesting. Go ahead and start clearing some hauntings here. I should have enough on the Saint Medallion to clear this. For those who don't know, you can use your Saint Medallion to clear hauntings. You don't need to use candles. Just equip a Saint Medallion and stand near a haunting.
I feel like I'm going crazy.
And it'll eventually clear. Wheezy, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the Prime sub. Hi, Nub. I'm from Brazil and watch your stream to improve my English listening skills. I love your Silent Hill series. Have you ever heard of a channel called Robbie O Coelho? I probably pronounced that terribly. He's a Brazilian creator who really dives deep into the Silent Hill lore here in Brazil. It would be awesome to see you guys collaborate someday. Thank you so much, Wheezy. And much love to you out in Brazil. I do know Robbie. Robbie's in our Discord. And part of our community. And yeah, it's amazing. I It's so cool to know, like, I don't know anything in terms of language, like the language barrier, but the fact that there is such a big part of the fan base in Brazil and in South America, and that you have people like Robbie with their in-depth dives and videos and stuff covering the series is really, really cool. It's always interesting to me seeing the international appeal of the Silent Hill series as well. But yeah, Robbie's awesome. A collaboration would be fun. I said I don't know how much a language barrier would kind of make that a little more difficult, but I would love to do something like that. Some kind of collaboration. I love this introduction scene for Cynthia's ghost. Again, I feel like they did so well with Cynthia and Braintree's ghosts, genuinely making them like super creepy. I've got a medallion on. Stay back. See if she starts slithering around. Yeah, there she goes. She's doing the slower crawl. Try unequipping this. She can actually like zoom around. But even just the crawling, pretty creepy animation. Yeah, and the trails of hair and everything there. Clearly a lot of inspiration from Ju-on the Grudge and The Ring with her design. I need to go get tokens. We'll just leave Eileen there with Cynthia. I'm sure she'll be fine. I like how you can see her running too. One of the few areas where she can actually run and catch up to you. Bonk. Hey, what's up, Sock Ninja? It's a Balchinian. It really is. You have complete iframes during the charged attack? Oh, yeah. That, like, whole animation from start to finish, like, as soon as I let go, like, now. That, all the way to that. All the way to the very end of the strike, until Henry starts, like, pulling the weapon back up after the hit. All of that is invincibility. It's the same like that for every weapon, every charged attack as well. One of the things that makes the charge attack system in this game so good. Being able to abuse those iframes. that away. We're keeping the doll the whole time. Need tokens. Haunted shoes. I'm like, I know there's a haunting. And I noticed the footprints right as I was going through the door there. Yep. Haunted shoes. We're not going to have enough medallion left, so I need to use the candle. Maybe I've been holding something that somehow weakened this. Yeah. That feeling's getting weaker. Must be the candle. Oh. There goes the footprints, fading away. Shoes. Instantly teleport back to where they're supposed to be. Joseph writing about the saint medallions and holy candles, explaining the in-game mechanics through lore notes. I always like when games do that. Explain in the game world, like through a note, how something functions, rather than just having like a tutorial pop up on the screen when you pick up the item. Oh, come on. Please. Not the grabby attack. Eileen is still up there with Cynthia. It's fine. This is perfectly acceptable. They'll get along just fine. Nutrition drink, although I'm probably going to have to use it immediately. Already in yellow health. Oop. Yeah. Writing on a wall in a zombie game. Shoot them in the head. I mean, sometimes it's as simple as that, but I always think back to like the memos that you can find on the ground in Silent Hill 2. Also Cynthia's ghost in the car that you set her free from. I like that kind of repeated imagery there. Oh, I need to open up the thing. The toy box. But yeah, I always think about the memos that you can find on the ground in Silent Hill 2 that mention, like, turning off your flashlight, that the demons that they're seeing seem to be attracted to light, and that sometimes it's better to just run away, because, like, Silent Hill definitely encourages you to, like, not necessarily stop and fight everything. But I always like when that sort of stuff would be conveyed through a note or some aspect in-game rather than just a tutorial on the screen explaining, here's what this item is and here's what it does. Here's what this mechanic is, and here's how it works. Like, it gets the job done. It's just a little more boring. All right, got another candle. Since we went in and came back, there's probably going to be another haunting. Last time was shoes. No cat in the fridge. Since we did just clear the shoe haunting, it might be a little bit before the next haunting happens. Probably not until I come back after finishing Subway World 2. Wash coin. Oops. I need to leave the candle here. Clear up the inventory a bit. Yeah, we're not putting the doll away to free up space. Abby doll is coming with us the entire time, through the whole experience, staying in the pocket. Look at it. Oh. I was completely behind you. Just do a quick 180. Gonna play the new Halloween? Yeah, Yoshio-kun. Hopefully this game actually sticks around. Gun Media, Ilphonic. Developers who've already abandoned a wonderful Friday the 13th game and a wonderful Texas Chainsaw game and a mediocre Killer Clowns from Outer Space game. But I liked Friday the 13th, and the Halloween game looks like Friday the 13th, but with a Halloween skin, and honestly, I'm kind of for it. I'll probably wind up playing it. I said, I just hope they actually stick with the game. The devs don't just abandon it instantly. Because they just have a habit of doing that. They get to a point where there's like really interesting stuff that they could be adding and changing, and then they just kind of drop the game. Move on to the next project. What's next? Scary Movie the game? Apparently people have been speculating there might be a Scary Movie crossover for Dead by Daylight. That would be insane, but then again, we also have Nick Cage in Dead by Daylight as himself. I've seen multiple different people, CBD like YouTubers and stuff, wondering if there's going to be a scary movie tie-in with Dead by Daylight somehow. What are you doing, dog? Going crazy. I did not mean to use that right away, but oh well. How would that work when Ghostface is already in the game? Even with Ghostface, Ghostface is not in the game as Ghostface from Scream. They weren't able to get the Scream license. It's just the license for literally the Ghostface costume, the Halloween costume. Like, they got the license from Fun World Costumes or whatever. And technically, the mask that's used in Scary Movie is another one. I don't know if that one is also owned by the same Fun World people. I think it might be, though. But again, I have no idea. There might not even really be a Scary Movie thing happening. It's just people speculating on it from what I understand. There's also been some stuff that's like leaked. People have been looking at the game files from the Jason PTB and finding stuff. There's going to be a new Silent Hill character through a legendary costume for Cheryl. For those who don't know, the kind of the way Dead by Daylight does certain costumes, they have a tier of costume called Legendary that's basically just transforms your character into an entirely different character. So you can have like a legendary costume on Cheryl, aka Heather from Silent Hill 3, that turns her into Maria from Silent Hill 2, or James from Silent Hill 2, or Sybil from Silent Hill 1. She's got a few of them. So they're going to be adding another character costume for Cheryl. That much is actually leaked and in the game files, and she's going to have voice lines. She or he, because again, like with James, it could be a male character as well. Costumes are lame. I mean, I definitely would rather get a full-on character, like with perks. Especially with Resident Evil already having 2 chapters in the game. A second Silent Hill chapter seems better than just doing a bunch of characters through costumes. But what are you gonna do? I'm curious who it winds up being, though. Personally, I feel like Silent Hill F would be the crossover they go for. We already know that Silent Hill F is doing, like, crossover stuff, because they did a costume crossover event with Fatal Frame. So they're already doing stuff with the license, which means I'm sure it got put on the table in front of behavior at some point. Lord of obedience. Let's go, Eileen. And let's see how possessed Eileen is after Subway World. So this is your first kind of time to check Eileen in terms of possession level, where any damage or possession that she would have taken from being left alone during Subway World all kind of takes effect after this door. He seems fine, which is good. Minimal possession. Minimal possession with Eileen. We've already cleared 2 hauntings. We're on track for best ending. Good plus ending, I guess. Not necessarily best. Best is a matter of opinion. And personally, I'm a fan of the bad endings in this game. Let Walter have the room. I'm team Walter did nothing wrong. Never had anything good in his whole stupid life. All he wants is one shitty apartment. Let him have it. Did Eileen just not get hurt when she was left with Cynthia? No, she definitely took some damage, some level of possession there. But for one reason or another, it was kept kind of minimal. Maybe because I had already, like, fought Cynthia and downed her previously. It may have affected what rooms, like, or areas Cynthia's ghost was, like, registered in. Since we also encountered her by the train. There's a lot of weird things that the game kind of checks whenever it's doing, whenever it's checking for Eileen's possession level. Because even like this right here, I'm running ahead of her to leave her in this area. It makes the next sections a little bit easier. And there's no enemies that spawn in that place where I just left her. Oh, I'm gonna need to clear inventory. But even leaving her in that area with absolutely no enemies, her possession level will still go up. It just goes up really, really slowly compared to being left in an area where there's enemies or multiple enemies or a ghost. And the game just does, there's again lots of weird little mechanics that go into the possession thing. It's not as straightforward as you might think. Because then you have world traversal that gradually restores some of Eileen's possession level. Like, every time you go through a door from one zone to another with Eileen, it's gradually reducing, and I mean very, very gradually, reducing her possession level. Where, like, technically you can go back and forth from, like, through a door from zone to zone. And restore Eileen's possession that way. But you'd have to do it literally like hundreds of times to see the effect. it's such a small amount that it restores. And then you have things like holy candles that can restore some of Eileen's or remove some of her possession level, but it's always temporary. It doesn't last for things that actually matter, like Walter Sullivan's boss fight. It'll always revert back to the level that it was at before you used a candle. Lots of weird little mechanics that go on with the possession thing. Oh, I should have gone ahead and soaked the torch. Technically, you don't need to. Have enough fire sources, as long as you're kind of paying attention, knowing where you're going. Don't want to skip the silver bullet. Remember long time ago, read in some guide about using a candle before Walter's fight? Oh yeah, it was in several different guides. And it still persists. It's one of those misinformation things that a lot of people still mistakenly believe. Like, oh, just use a holy candle before the Walter fight. Like, you can literally test it yourself. And a lot of speedrunners have tested it. A lot of modders have tested it. You can open up like a hex editor and look at the value that is associated with Eileen's possession level while you have the game open. If you really want to take it that far. And you can like watch the value reset in real time as you start Walter's fight. Like, her possession will always revert back to what it was before you tried to heal it. There's no way to actually heal any of Eileen's possession level before the Walter boss fight, other than going in and out of a door like hundreds of times. You could technically do that with Eileen before the last cutscene when you pick up the umbilical cord, and Eileen sort of like leaves your party. Technically, you can do that.
Are you Walter Sullivan?
That's what everybody calls me, but I don't really have a name or a home either.
You're pretty edgy for a 6-year-old.
Well, what about a mom or dad?
Yeah, but I never met them. They left South Ashfield Heights right after I was born. But soon I'll get to see my mom.
Do you know where she is now?
Yeah, of course. Right where I was born. Lots of people tried to stop me, but it's fine now. It says in the scriptures that I'll be with her. I gotta hurry. Mom's waiting.
Creepy little kid. Creepy little Walter. One of those characters where the, like, whether it's intentional or not, the kind of bad voice acting, stilted voice acting, I feel like it, again, might not have been intentional, but I feel like it adds to the character. There's something about children, especially creepy kids, talking about scriptures in a really flat, matter-of-fact tone is just eerie. Lots of people tried to stop me, but it's fine now. Yeah. It's funny too, because, like, I feel like that's always been a topic of debate with the Silent Hill games. People for or against, for whatever reason, the strange voice acting. Some people just are like, yeah, it's just bad voice acting. Sign of the times that it was made, you know, that kind of thing. And I feel like, you know, there's definitely some degree of truth to that. Jeremy Blaustein has said as much in interviews that a lot of the voice acting it was, you know, actors given their performances as best as they could. Sometimes they're directed to do things a little more vacantly or a little bit, you know, sound like dissociated from the situation at hand. But a lot of times, like, it genuinely was just actors doing their best. You don't have a whole lot of context. You're not, like, looking at the scene most of the time. You're just reading stuff from a script. Although Silent Hill 2 was a lot more involved. 2 and 3, where they actually had the actors doing mocap while they did rough voice recording, and they were performing on, like, their mocap together with the other actors, not, like, separately. And you had the actors who did the mocap also doing the voices, which, again, not super common back then. Back then, most of the time you'd have, like, Japanese, you know, stunt people doing mocap, and then your people doing voices would just come in and dub something after the fact. But I think that also adds to the performances. The fact that the actors who were doing the voices acted it out with each other while doing the mocap already. They have a scene and interaction in their mind that's more real and tangible than just going in a recording booth and reading a script. So even when something is sort of stilted or off, I feel like whether it's intentional or not, a lot of times it works. But as old as that debate is, kind of whether the voices are just bad or whether there's some intention behind it or if it's just happenstance. It's interesting seeing all of that sort of get sparked up again by a lot of new fans. Because there's so many new fans whose introduction to the series was Silent Hill 2 Remake. There's tons of people who are just now getting introduced to these games, to this franchise. And a lot of them are going back and playing the originals. As difficult as that can be, people are buying copies and let's see. Still need to grab. Everything over here. Don't remember which ones I didn't get. But yeah, a lot of new fans whose introduction is Silent Hill 2 Remake. And then they go out of their way to either buy expensive copies or set up emulators or whatever to play the original games after experiencing Silent Hill 2 Remake, which Silent Hill 2 Remake has, you know, beautiful, absolutely beautiful looking visuals and performances from all of the actors involved. There's like these little micro facial expressions and things like that that really sell the emotions of the characters in the scenes. And, you know, high quality professional voice acting. And I can only imagine for a lot of those fans having that be their first Silent Hill experience and then being told, like, go back and play Silent Hill 1 and trying to take that dialogue for the first time at face value, you know? And not have it take them out of the game. Saint Medallion. But I don't know. I was just thinking about that because I've seen some newer fans comment on stuff like that through like YouTube comments and through like Reddit posts and different places people discuss the games in the series. I've seen a lot of new fans who like experience Silent Hill 2 Remake, go back to the OG games, and then they're like, how do you guys think this is good? Like in terms of the voice acting. I said, then you get a lot of the back and forth of like people defending it, being like, it's supposed to be that way. Was talking about this earlier. There's a lot of shades and gradations to bad. It's campy in a great way. I think the charming and rough around the edges stuff is what makes it memorable. Yeah. To me, it also, as much as people like to think of it as being unrealistic, to me it makes it more realistic. Yeah, exactly, Cougar. That's exactly what I was kind of getting to with my point there. To me, the more amateurish voice acting makes it feel more grounded and real in a lot of ways. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to start saying, is the less professional acting sounds more real in more situations. And I would much rather have a performance that sounds amateurish, but authentic. I would much rather have that than somebody who clearly sounds like a professional voice actor. Even a good one, even a very good one. But when they just have that very clear, trained sort of voice, it's a little too polished. It doesn't feel so real. Cat in the fridge haunting. Cleared. Soak the torch. Now that I've pretty much already finished the puzzle, I only need to grab like 2 more limbs. Listening to you reminded me of a funny dumb tweet I read. Can't remember the exact wording, but it was something like, I wanted to animate until I realized it's all mocap. They acted like mocap wasn't something to be impressed about. I mean, yeah, there's already so much. I definitely understand. A lot of people just sort of ignorant to the processes that go into it. But not only is mocap super impressive, especially the way actor likeness, like capturing an actor's likeness, has advanced so much. It's gone, like it used to be kind of the novelty thing that you'd see from time to time in like a fucking David Cage game in the PS3 era. But now it's become super commonplace for a lot of big budget games where it's just like you just have a recognizable actor playing your character. Like, you don't just have a character model that is made after Norman Reedus portraying Sam Bridges in Death Stranding. Like, it's literally Norman Reedus. But at the same time, there's so much animation work that's going on top of the already impressive motion capture and facial capture. Like, to me, there's no part of that process that is not incredibly impressive. But I also understand the entire standard of everything is changing too, you know? A lot of that stuff is super impressive to me, but I'm fucking old. I watched character designs go from being a few dots on the screen to like vaguely looking like humanoid characters, and then making the jump to like, holy shit, that actually looks and moves like a person, to now like that is literally the actor in the game looking and sounding and moving hyper realistically. So I don't know. The perspective on it might have a lot to do with how impressive it is. Oh, grabbed this one. Gotta check all the wells again. I'm missing limbs. Miss pre-rendered cutscenes? Yeah, that's another thing that's been like interesting to kind of witness the change occur. When you went from an era of like games having two distinct looks to them. The way that they would look in a cutscene and the way that they would look during gameplay. Now that line practically doesn't exist. There's no separation. Everything is just happening in engine. So the gameplay and the visuals, cutscenes and everything just all blend seamlessly. Honestly, it catches me out, like, it catches me off guard sometimes when I'm playing new games. I would find myself doing that. I feel like when I was playing Resident Evil Requiem, I had moments where the game goes from cutscene to gameplay, and there's like that 2-second delay where I don't realize the cutscene has ended and I'm in control again. I definitely feel I've had that moment on multiple like games, newer games, where it's just, yeah, that look of a pre-rendered cutscene being like drastically different from the gameplay is just not a thing anymore. And I just replayed Final Fantasy VIII, which is one of the most like jarring examples, I feel. I like Final Fantasy games, and I like Final Fantasy VIII. It's not like one of my super high favorites, but it's one that I enjoy revisiting once in a while. And man, that game, I know there's like the meme of Rinoa going up to Squall and saying, "You're the best looking guy here," and then looking at their limited pixel faces of the in-game models. But then immediately after that is this beautiful choreographed dance sequence that's fully mo-capped. That's like so amazing looking. Where I still love the visuals and pre-rendered cutscenes in that game so much. But yeah, it's whiplash going back and forth between in-game and pre-render from games in that era. The bit where you run through the battle between Galbadia and Balam is hilarious, because the party's made of cubes and the background battle's epic as fuck. Yeah. Stuff like that really stands out. Those moments where they try to blend the gameplay and the pre-render. When you're like punching the Galbadian soldier on the little hover armor thing. And it's like, oh, it's so crazy. It's flying by this amazing battle. And you get to see it from like all these different outside perspectives and angles. While your little polygon squall is punching the soldier in the face. Great art design in that game? Oh, absolutely. Beautiful art design, beautiful art direction. But there is definitely something very specific about that era of games. And the look of the game and the look of the pre-rendered cutscene. Water prison. Look at that wonderful load screen. See? Don't have load times like that on the PC port. Don't get that much time to play around with the Halo of the Sun. That was your first Final Fantasy? You remember being blown away by the opening? I don't know. Different things stick out in my head for different reasons. Because, like, I don't know, the intro of Final Fantasy VI. When the music kicks in, and you go from like the regular sort of side view perspective to the Magitech armor going over the horizon. Ba-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na. That whole sequence, that whole opening sequence for Final Fantasy VI, I remember that being like really incredible for the time. And then, yeah, the transition into like 3D graphics, Final Fantasy VII, having that overarching zoom of Midgar that gradually like zooms further and further down into the train, where you actually take control of your characters and start seeing little polygon models flipping out. That was really amazing for the time, too. I can remember there was a little local game store in Austin where I grew up called Game Fellas. I can remember going to Game Fellas, and they used to have a thing where you could pay like $1, and they would just put a game, like set up a game on a TV for you, and you could sit there and you could play it. I think it was only supposed to be for like 15 minutes, but as long as it wasn't like busy and there wasn't like other people waiting to use the setups, especially when I was a kid, they didn't care. They just kind of let you sit there and play. I can remember before I was able to get Final Fantasy VII, I used to go to Game Fellas and pay that $1 and just sit there and play Final Fantasy VII. And of course, there was no like memory card or anything. So I basically just did the opening bombing mission like over and over and over anytime I would visit until I was able to get Final Fantasy VII myself like a couple months later. But that intro sequence was just like burned into my mind. It was so good. Jump down all the holes. Shirt. I remember doing that with Legend of Dragoon demo disc that you got in a magazine at like 10. Hell yeah. Demo discs were amazing back then too. It was always a good feeling. Getting to try out the newest demos. Or even just watching. I knew a lot of friends and a lot of kids would be upset with the ones that weren't playable. But even just those, I would sit and watch the intro cutscenes and presentation videos and stuff that they would put on them. Also, Unison, just Legend of Dragoon. Outstanding game in general. I need to go through and replay it. My wife, Rachel, actually went through Legend of Dragoon. She tends to play it about like once a year. There's not too many sort of like older JRPGs and things like that that she really plays a whole lot of. It's haunted. I was not paying attention to my health. I was trying to find the haunting. Died to room haunting. Never got to play it, but it was such a core memory and favorite of mine. Yeah, that's awesome. I've played it. It's a really, really great RPG. I just haven't done a revisit of it in quite a while. Maybe I should. I don't know, I've been in an RPG mood ever since like last year. I started replaying Final Fantasy games as kind of like my comfort games. When I was dealing with a lot of my health issues and stuff last year, and I couldn't do much of anything, I was just like sitting and playing RPGs while I was recovering. And I've gone through all of my like favorite Final Fantasy games. I replayed 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm still playing Final Fantasy 11. I never really completely stopped playing that game. But I've been revisiting it and playing it a lot more as well. But that's kind of like my string of favorites when it comes to that series. Maybe I should do Legend of Dragoon next. All right, well, fine. Haunting is being difficult. Like the 11 streams, it's cozy. I'm glad you do. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea to watch me play a... Oh, I need all this stuff to kill Andrew. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea to watch me play a 22-year-old, 23-year-old MMO. But I love that game. Not a lot of MMOs that I really get super deep into. But something about Final Fantasy XI just always really clicked with me. And it's one of those games that I've played so much over the years that it's just a game world that I really enjoy being in. I just always enjoy playing that game. Right, we're gonna need a sword. And a silver bullet. Prepare for the ritual. I do like that. It's so creepy how Andrew's just reading the scripture, reciting the scripture. where you can tell that's not Andrew at all. Like when you met Andrew earlier, he's talking about how Walter believes all that mumbo jumbo. So when you see Andrew in this state, just creepy, distorted reciting of the scripture, the ritual. I always really like that. Zucchina says, been hearing good things about Mina the Hollower. I've been seeing like everybody playing that. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't know anything about the game itself. I don't even know what kind of game it is. But I've been seeing everybody on my Twitch following list playing it. Hey, what's up, lad? It's a Zelda-like from the Shovel Knight people. You know, I've never played Shovel Knight either. Link's Awakening meets Bloodborne. Top-down action game from Shovel Knight guys. Zelda-like, but kind of more specifically Zelda 1-like. Not really puzzle-focused. So, I'm seeing Zelda 1, Link's Awakening, Bloodborne, Shovel Knight. It gives me a little bit better of an idea, I guess. Just an umbilical cord. Nothing more. Being bullied. Got her. Yeah, she's definitely getting slapped around. Possession levels still not too terrible for this stage of the game. I've definitely had it be much worse by this point. Yay, Richard. Best ghost. That's just too cool. The way they used those animations, make him phase in and out and like fast forward and reverse and so cool.
I remember this place. It looks a lot like downtown Ashfield.
Very observant. Very astute of you. Eileen picking up all the clues. All right. I hate doing Building World 2. So, Lean, you're gonna need to stay here in this corner. Thank you. The Spin-a-Rooney. Henry's own version of the Spin-a-Rooney. It's not as powerful as Walter's.
I'm going to see my mom. Stay out of my way. Who are you, anyway?
My name's Walter. Walter Sullivan. It's time to complete the 21 sacraments.
But that's my name. And what are the 21 sacraments?
Don't worry. You'll know soon enough. Well, let's go and see Mother.
Let me go, that hurts.
Damn.
Damn. And then Cynthia's just here. Always wanted to carry a child version of myself. I mean, that's a very specific dream to have, Omni Happiness. Best of luck to you. I always thought it was funny the way Henry reacts there. He's watching a ghost with magical powers have a conversation with his child self and then physically grab and essentially kidnap his child self to go off and perform the 21 sacraments. And Henry witnesses all of this happening. This ghost man conversation with child self. And he shows up and goes, damn. As if he like got there too late before he could help. Like, what was your plan? What would you have done if you had gotten there just a little bit sooner, Henry? How could you have possibly intervened? Damn. Either that or maybe I'm misreading it. I always read that line delivery as like, damn, he got away. Like, I was too late.
Who would even
But maybe
think of
it
doing
was just
something
supposed
so
to be like,
disgusting?
damn, that's messed up.
Don't go too far ahead.
I'm doing my best. Grove. Grove Sleeper. Thank you so much for the raid. Just doing some bug extermination. Bat extermination, bird extermination, whatever hummers are technically classified as. Same actually, aphids? Like in real life? Or is there a video game where you're exterminating aphids? I mean, technically there is. I've played, you kill aphids in, Grounded. Really good, crafty survival. Very Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but craft survival type game. Very good. I'm assuming you weren't playing Grounded. I'm assuming aphids you mean in real life. Yeah. Took 3 cherry trees and harvested air layers today. Aphids were finding him, but ended up with 10 bonsai trees and 3 fails. Damn. Whoa. Immediate one truth. One truth right next to the door. That's pretty nice. That's really cool, Grove. I should have guessed from your name. But I envy that skill. I'm terrible with plants. I've always had such a hard time keeping plants alive. Like right now, I'm house sitting for my in-laws, and part of watching everything, watching their house and taking care of their pets and everything is also, they've got a lot of plants and flowers and things on their property that need to be watered. And even just watering, I feel like I'm fucking things up. Either too much or too little. Like, thankfully, I don't have to look after them for too long. And we've been getting a lot of rain, so I don't even have to worry about it as much, but... I always have such a hard time keeping houseplants or any kind of plants alive. I'm glad that around our house, we've got a lot of already, like, naturally growing stuff. Things that we didn't, you know, like, intentionally plant. But we have dewberries and things like that that grow in our backyard. It's a nice feeling being able to go out and, like, harvest berries and make stuff with them. Usually I make cobbler. Don't want to derail. Enjoy the run. Silent Hill 4 brought me to you and the graveyard. Well, welcome. Thank you again for the raid. Don't worry about derailing and stuff. This is a casual Silent Hill 4 playthrough. We spun a wheel to determine what we were doing today. We landed on short message speed runs. Chat absolutely did not want to see that, so we spun it again. We made up new rules just to spin the wheels again. And we got a casual Silent Hill 4 playthrough, so it's not super in-depth or anything. I don't mind getting off rails, going off topic, talking about other stuff. That's kind of the point of the more casual playthroughs like this. Not hyper-focused on delivering every last little bit of trivia that I possibly can, you know?
He then performed the ceremony of the Holy Assumption and created this twisted world. Now, he's become nothing more than an inhuman killing machine. Well, he's dead now, but he's still trying to
Cooking for the family while watching, getting strange looks from kids. It's casual. Yeah, it's fine. Just like Joseph here. He's just casually poking out from the ceiling, talking about Walter's ritual.
His child self has manifested
Casual Wednesday.
in this world. And
How far till the end? We're pretty close to the end. Basically the last section of the game now, and then the Walter fight itself.
The Mother Reborn. Eileen Galvin. Number 21. The Receiver of Wisdom.
Good music here.
Henry Townsend. Even now, it may not be too late. Follow the Crimson Tome. Stop him. If not, wherever you run, he will catch you. Find him. His true location. It must be nearby. You must kill him. You must kill him. Kill. 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 Hurry. She's being taken over. She's number 20. The mother was born. The Crimson Tome. Obey the Crimson Tome. Kill him. Must Kill him.
You killing yet?
Kill. Kill. Kill.
I don't get what he wants us to do. That would be perfect if that was how Henry responded. He goes from talking about the most obscure stuff when he's like, he says we need to go down to the deepest part of him. Let's do that. And he makes it sounds like it makes perfect sense to him. But then when he has Joseph being like, you gotta kill him, kill this guy, kill Walter, kill him, go kill him, go kill him. It's your duty to stop him. You stop him by killing him. You kill him by killing him. Go kill him. Kill him. And Henry's just like, I don't know what you want. I understood the deepest part of him. Super abstract stuff that you were writing about before, but now you've lost me. Hi. Grove, thank you so much for the 10 months. Get out of here. Either get out of here or pay your half of the rent. That's what I thought. Haunted chair. I can do this one with the Saint Medallion. Look at that. Cleans right up. All right, let's figure out our inventory. Plenty of healing. 2 candles left for hauntings. Kind of want to bring the hand axe. And we've got revolver. Dump all of our bullets and stuff into Walter at the very end. Something other than the speedrun strategy of just trapping him and stun locking him with the pickaxe of despair. All right, have a great night, Grove. Thank you again for all the love and support. Appreciate the raid, the resub, and the good conversation. Oh, whoop. We were already in the one that needs to break. Went out to watch Back Rooms last night. Creepy movie. Been hearing a lot of good things about it, DJ.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, he's so cool. So creepy. The reveal of Walter's corpse set up in this manner. Fucking Sephiroth looking. Walter, his body is tangled up in some kind of pipe. Something in his coat. Keys of Liberation. I love this item description. Extremely evil looking keys. Not just ordinary keys. Evil keys. Got a bone saw. He's got all the rebirth items from Silent Hill 2. Obsidian Goblet. White Chrism. Crimson Tome. Let's get out of here with our evil keys. Here's one of the things where I kind of wish it was a little bit better effect. Even I can remember, like, back in the day playing this the first time, this stood out to me. Because Silent Hill 3 had such good moving animated wall textures.
No way.
And then
Not here, too.
here's Silent Hill 4. Trying to do the animated wall textures, and it's just not as good.
Eileen?
They definitely spent more time and budget doing it for Silent Hill 3 compared to this one. Little simpler variation of the effect that's just like not layered quite as good. Always kind of stood out to me. Also that like gasping, crying sound that we just heard in the background here, that gets reused in Silent Hill Homecoming in the sequence where the Siam first appears. We just played Homecoming last week, spinning a random wheel, the same random wheel that determined that we're playing Silent Hill 4 tonight. But yeah, having just gone through Homecoming recently, that sound effect, the very particular gasping, crying sound, I always remember it in this game, and it always sticks out in Homecoming. Hello, Walter? Don't shoot me. A new variation of the twin victims. These are called bottoms. See, because it's like upside down. There's a guy whose head and torso are upside down underneath it. And on the bottom, yeah, the name's got a little different connotation these days, I feel like. Bottoms up. And where's Dad? There's that gasping cry again.
Shut the hell up. You can't blame it all on me.
Twin victims. Still such an amazing creature design.
I told you we shouldn't have a baby, didn't I?
In general, the monster design of this game is very good. I think that's why a lot of fans tend to get confused and think that Masahiro Ito worked on it. Because that tends to happen. A lot of fans will ask Ito about like Silent Hill 4 stuff on Twitter. He's like, I didn't work on that one. Can't answer any of those questions. Way more healing than necessary at this stage of the game.
Get out of here. I can't stand it anymore.
Hey, Jaro Kingu.
If that super hears him, we're in trouble. There's something about that guy. I just don't like the look of him.
There's something about that guy. I just don't like the look of him. You don't like Frank Sunderland? What is there to not like about Frank Sunderland?
Little crybaby.
Little crybaby, always crying, having just been born.
Hurry up. Get back.
Walter never stood a chance. Just let Walter have the apartment. The only thing he wants in his super shitty life and afterlife. Oh, also, we're at this point in the game. So confirming what we talked about earlier. If you pick up the shabby doll and keep it in your inventory,
Eileen?
You never get the doll haunting.
My head hurts.
No, we've got the only partially
That boy.
possessed Eileen cutscenes here.
He's coming in.
There's like 3 different variations of this cutscene and the next cutscene after you pick up the umbilical cord.
It hurts.
Depending on if Eileen has
That
low
boy.
possession, moderate possession, or
really thinks that
basically like fully possessed.
302 is his mother. Oh, my head.
With this, she's very possessed, but it's not like all the way. When she's all the way possessed, she's essentially just talking like Walter, little Walter.
I've got it.
She's speaking like a child. Here, she's only partially possessed. She's still being affected by it a whole lot, but she's maintaining her sense of self. She's not just completely acting like Walter. Give her a moment. So, like, theoretically, bring her over here next to this door. And just do this. If we do this a few hundred times, eventually her possession will be reduced to affect the cutscene. I don't feel like testing that tonight. One of these days, though, I'll be sure to stream it if I decide to spend the time doing that. We can find out together. For now, I'm just taking people's word for it. People who know much more about the inner workings of this game than I do.
My head.
Mommy? Why did you leave me? I'm scared.
Oh, I feel like she actually got more possessed. Because now she's doing the fully possessed cutscene for this, even though she was only partially possessed for the previous one. So her level changed. It actually increased while I was sitting there messing with the door.
Mommy?
Usuda-san, you drew that drawing of Dad? Very nice. Some Usuda-san artwork. The drawing of Walter's dad.
Are you asleep? Mommy? I'll wake you up. I will.
shelter's umbilical cord. This is one of those things, cultural thing that I feel didn't transfer over very well. But I mean, it's supposed to be weird and creepy anyway. But it's a more common practice in Japanese culture to actually keep part of the umbilical cord after a birth. In a very similar little, like, wooden box to what Frank Sunderland has there. But it's not really something that we do in the West, so most people had, myself included, I didn't learn about that until like years later. First time playing this, I'm just like, what? Why has it got a little box with an umbilical cord in it? This woman, this Eileen? All right. All we have to do now is head back. Try not to get bullied here. They can, like, push you into a corner. Don't hit me with the elbow. This one wants to hit me with the elbow so bad. I got hit anyway. Targeting the wrong one. Usuda-san, do you remember who did these paintings? Of all the different people in the apartments? Because I love this artwork. I wish I had higher resolution versions of all of these paintings to look at. They're just, again, I love all the little subplots that kind of go on with all these other characters living in the apartments. Because we never really get to see too many of them directly. Like, we get to see a few of these characters through the windows. But not all of them. And we only get to see, like, very low poly, not very defined versions of them. Don't know who drew it? It's a nice picture, isn't it? Yeah. The art for all these characters is great. Again, I would love to see some of the original, like, uncompressed versions of all this artwork. Walter banging at the door. Any hauntings? Hauntings. Anything to clear? No boy in the closet. No need to use the toilet. We've made it this far with the doll. We're just going to keep it all the way through the boss fight. I'm just going to bring a hand axe and all the bullets. At least all the ones I can carry. Go. Load it. Take another stack. And unequip this. We'll bring a first aid kit. A pretty good Walter loadout. Don't have a whole lot of room for holding spears, but it's fine. We can do them one at a time. Hey, what's up, Stones? I love this scene. Henry just like floating there. All the silhouettes of the bodies. Walter's victims around him. And just that red, that overbearing red light kind of washing over everything. The imagery of this game is so good. The imagery and the art design. Again, I understand development, especially with like Silent Hill 3 and 4 kind of happening simultaneously. Might have caused this game not to get the same amount of polish. But it's still really, really damn impressive. Now everybody jump into the Event Horizon engine. Never played this one, but it looks great. Well, spoilers, this is the last boss. That's the real Walter. Oh boy. Eileen is going to be speed running into the Event Horizon meat grinder. She managed to, like, go from mildly possessed to fully possessed right in the last little hallway. Literally right between the two cutscenes that shows her possession level.
Hey there, little Walter. Just a little longer now. Henry, you're it. The last of the 21 sacraments. The final sign. The receiver of wisdom.
Just imagine Walter saying that very calmly towards Henry. And then just starts walking up to him. Ready to beat his ass. Spear number one. I said, don't worry, we'll just do them one at a time. So it's either Eileen or Henry to be the last sacrament. Technically, it's supposed to be Henry. Henry is the designated 21st sacrament. I mean, Walter sure thinks it's funny. I like when he interrupts one laugh with another laugh. Oh, bye, Eileen. I'm sorry. Alright, time to shoot Walter with all of the bullets. Alright, next gun. Anyway, GG. We did it. Just two dudes shooting it out like 1700s gentlemen having a dispute. That's all right. Walter's going to get to have his room. It'll be fine.
Mom! Mom! Let me in! Mom!
And now the news. Yesterday in Ashfield and the woods near Silent Hill, the bodies of 5 men and women were discovered. The police reported that all the murders appeared to be the work of the same perpetrator. They are continuing their investigation. 4 of the victims were found dead at the scene, and the 5th victim, a Miss Eileen Galvin, was transported to St. Jerome's Hospital, where she died a short time later. Police say that Miss Galvin's injuries matched exactly those of the other victims.
Eileen.
Deep in the forest night, children dance the waltz. They laugh, whispering hand in hand, just like children.
Yeah,
like
bad
to
ending.
do. Their
Unism asked, which ending do I like? I actually like the 21 Sacraments ending for this game. Room design, Hiroko Usuda.
starting to make some sense.
We have Team Silent Royalty watching in chat. Thank you so much for being here for this. Yeah, we very much love and appreciate the work that you and everyone else put into these games. Thank you very, very much. Very, very, very much. Sorry, I didn't hear they were the director or something else. Usuda-san did environment artwork, room design. Did a lot of the in-game art that you can find, like that painting of Walter's father there at the end. And of course, Usuda also did the avatar, PNG avatar artwork that you see for my Nub Zombie character. So, very, very grateful. Very much appreciate everything Usuda-san has done for us and her contributions towards these games and everybody else who helped contribute and make these games. Silent Hill 4. Amazing. Still such a great game.